Good evening, everybody. My name is Abdel Fattah Busroor. I am co-director with Melissa and Mikel Lecantoni and many others to this Bethlehem Cultural Festival. We are honored to welcome you among us and follow in our last day in this beautiful, amazing city of Scotland. We are deeply grateful to Laura and Lord Provost for hosting this space for us. And we will start this evening by an amazing series of films by Palestinian and Scottish artists. So we will see what said the dove to the olive tree, an amazing film written and performed by the Palestinian Scottish artist Amira Ashanti and directed by Ryan Dewar. And later on, we will follow up with another film and follow up by a discussion. So let's start by this amazing film, Said the Dove to the Olive Tree.
يبدأ من لما تقوم طفل بدك تروح على المدرسة.
قصة رهيبة قصيرة لكن مؤثرة لا تستطيع أن
طبعا نحن كفلسطينيين نعيش تحت الاحتلال
53 children killed during the aftermath of Israeli operations. Israeli forces destructed medical and 7 children used as human shield fighters.
Sometimes I feel so alone. The whole world has turned its back on my people. Children are being ripped from their homes. Soldiers attack innocent worshippers as they pray. And no one is doing anything, whilst my people on the other side of the world are being targeted because their blood, like mine, is Palestinian. Well-intentioned people call it a war, a conflict. They say it's too complicated. I'm exhausted trying to tell them it's not. I know I am lucky to be safe here in Scotland. Lucky to have been born and raised in a place where I don't live in fear of my house being bombed or denied my basic human rights under an apartheid regime, but I'm lost. I'm forbidden to even enter my homeland and physically be with my people in their struggle. I'm trying to do everything I can, but how much change can one person really make? When a child cries, they cry for their mother. She alone can bring them comfort. In me. My mother, Palestine. In me, Palestine. I always feel closest to you in nature. The music of the river. The rustle of the leaves. You taught me that we're all born from the soil and we're destined to return to it. My friends here, the apple and bramble trees, send their love to their cousins, the grapevines and Jaffa orange trees. As always, I miss your olive trees the most. I will never forget your golden sunlight spilling over green, calling me back to you across 4,000 miles. Like a dove to the olive tree. I see a lot of you here. The lush Scottish glens and emerald hues of the Jordan Valley are not so different. The green rolling hills and deep valleys mirror your name. Palestine. But in Scotland, we can roam our land freely, whilst you're burned down, carved up, and walled in. The West Bank is surrounded by a wall, with over 600 checkpoints, in an area smaller than Perthshire, stopping people from going to school, work, or prayers. And to avoid an unpayable fine or an 18-month prison sentence, families in Jerusalem are being forced to demolish their own homes to make way for a theme park. Palestinians living in Israel are stripped from their identity, called Arabs, not Palestinians, to justify a state only created in 1948. And people here in the Western world only care about Gaza when the bombs are falling. Yet people there are living without basic sanitation, medical supplies, and drinking water every single day. We're complaining about local lockdowns when Gaza has been locked down for over a decade. But there are people here who care. People who are learning, listening, and more are starting to speak up. Edinburgh stands a key at its church doors, big enough for the diaspora of 7 million displaced all over the world. We are ready and waiting to come home to you and restore the world's promise to us. Haq il-Aude. Dundee has adopted Nablus as its twin. Standing here on Nablus Avenue is the closest my feet will get to your ground. And Glasgow remembers Deir Yassin, where 107 Palestinians were killed by Zionist militia in 1948 to create the country of Israel. It is the only place of mourning the Palestinians in Scotland have, as the ethnic cleansing of their people continues to this day, 73 years later. But there's still so much to be done, and so much the media propaganda makes unclear. Anti-Zionism is not the same as anti-Semitism. We just want equality, peace, and basic human rights for everyone. Do you hear the jangle of your children's keys? Keys held so tight for decades. Their shapes imprinted on their palms. Your kidnappers say the old will die and the young will forget. They turn their back on you, try to erase us from maps and history books. They try to get others to turn away too, so that your child is left as an orphan. And yet, Handala still persists. 10 years old, barefoot, and tough. His artist Najil Ali died on the 29th of August 1987. He was assassinated in London for inciting hope. He was only one person, but he affected millions. He promised that as the world turned its back on Palestinian children, Handala too would turn his back, only to show his face when the world recognizes Palestinian children's rights. Immi, I know you. As we, your children, are caged up, longing for freedom, we also feel our mother's chains with every butchered olive tree, every death of our siblings, every senseless response from a world that celebrates Christmas but stays silent when Bethlehem is blasted by bullets. But your lullaby always reaches my ears, carried by the birds, singing smooth, filling my heart with the brightest light. You remind me that I'm not alone. You remind me that to exist is to resist. In the taupes we embroider and wear, in the olives we harvest and press into oil, bitter and thick like juice. In the cack we bake and knead with our hands. In the ducky we pulse to our legs and stamp into the earth. Your strength gives me strength. That steadfast determination to survive through everyday Nakba. We are stronger together when we base our love and hope in pursuing justice and truth. I am Palestinian and Scottish. These two passionate identities together are an unstoppable force, driven by love for both people and both countries. In me, you are my healer, my mother. No matter how hard the world and thieves try, they cannot break the bond or lineage between mother and child. I am you, and you are me, and you are more than what they want you to be, said the dove to the olive tree. Just as you never turn your back on us, your children will never turn their back on you. For change to happen, we all need to act. Don't turn your back any longer.
Such a great, extraordinary celebration of the ties between Scotland and Palestine. Such an amazing heritage that is left by the elder, who maybe passed away to the other side of life, but the younger did not forget. And of course, Handala and every child in Palestine shall return home. Thank you, Amira and Rayan. We will pass now to another extraordinary film, and we are extremely honored at Bethlehem Cultural Festival to have this film premiered in Bethlehem Cultural Festival. Thank you, Razan, for making this great gift to Bethlehem Cultural Festival. Go Home is this amazing celebration also for the struggle of migrants coming to Scotland or other countries. Go home. Thank you.
مرحبا ماما. هيني وصلت. ما قدرتش انام في الباص. تعبانة كتير بصراحة. ما تشغلي بالك. أتمنى لي التوفيق.
Next. Home office letter, please. Behind the line. Jacket, keys, phones, bag in here. Quick, come on. Through the scanner.
Wait.
Next. Home office letter.
Stop there.
Jacket off, keys, phones, here.
Hello, sir. She didn't have her badge.
Could you please line up straight? Here, this is your number. You'll be called when it's your turn. Please wait in there. ID, Home Office letter. Yeah, this is your number.
These are today's files. We need to get the numbers down. Good luck.
تعالي تعالي هاي شكلكم عرب.
ايه احنا عرب، احنا من العراق. وانتي؟
أنا من فلسطين.
اهلا وسهلا. انتي جاية ويا عائلتك لوحدك؟
لا، جيت لوحدي لهون. أنا بدرس في اسكتلندا.
وين صار اسكتلندا؟
في الشمال، جزء من بريطانيا بس. كيف وصلتوا لندن؟ والله قصة كلش طويلة، بتجيني تهريب تقريبا ووصلنا، بس صار لنا 3 أيام نايمين على مود هاي المقابلة، ويت بس تفضل على خير عاد.
يا رب.
هاي من الصبح احنا هنا، صعبة والله.
$266. 266. Not you. You stay here.
What?
You follow me.
أرجع لك كان. أريد أحس بين أني إنسان، ماكو فرق، لأن اليوكي أهم فقرة أعيش بيها بسلام، والبريطانيا ماكو تفرقة بين هذا الشيعي سني مسلم مسيحي، عكس دولتنا، لأن دولتنا ماكو بيها حياة بعد.
He wants to live like as a human, as a normal human, because in the UK there isn't racism. It doesn't matter if what your religion is, what your race is. No, people wouldn't care. You can do whatever you want.
يعني أكثر من مرة شفنا الموت بعيننا. يقول هذا بس أدور السلام، أريد السلام لأطفالي ومستقبل إلهم. يعني إحنا مستقبلنا راح، بس أهم شيء نبني أساس لأطفالنا. أهم شيء أريد وطن يحتضننا، أريد أحس بين أني إنسان مثل باقي البشر، سواسية.
$305. Are you aware that this interview will be conducted in English? If you're not confident, please let me know. I can call an interpreter.
No need.
It's your responsibility to understand everything that is said in this interview and to answer all the questions clearly.
I can speak English. My name is Haya.
I know that's your name. Please answer my questions. What is your religion?
I was born as a Muslim, but I'm an atheist. In my birth certificate, it says that I'm a Muslim, but...
Atheist. The answer is atheist. But briefly tell me why you cannot go back to your home country.
My life is under risk if I go back home. This is a safe and free country.
You recently survived the war, but you didn't flee the country. I assume it wasn't dangerous.
It was dangerous.
Why didn't you flee then?
I just couldn't. Only the sea to drown in.
She wasn't able to flee.
Well, maybe you need to explain my answer more. Maybe you meant to write that...
I know what I meant to write. Can you tell me if there are any particular reasons why you shouldn't be detained, why your claim is being considered?
Why are you asking this?
Please answer my question. Why shouldn't we detain you?
I'm not a criminal. Please understand, all I want is to be free. You live here, in this freedom, and you appreciate it. Don't you? You should understand me.
They don't want us here. I'm not doing this. I'll ask a colleague to finish this interview.
What happened, Amelia? I thought you knew how to handle these people.
I quit. I'm going home.
Here's a temporary ID. We will be in touch in due course regarding a further interview, then a final decision.
When do I hear from you?
In due course.
شكراً.
عفواً.
أنا جيت لهون لدور على بلد آمن.
همه اون چیزی که من میخوام آزادیه. خیزان پارستن و پارستن جي والله يعني
تعبر عن رأيك تحكي اللي بدك إياه
أنا بغيت نجي هنايا حيت بغيت نضمن المستقبل ديالي
그냥 막연하게 어릴 적부터 해외 공부하러 가는 게
新しい文化に触れて生活
همه اون
した
چیزی
かっ
که
た
من
からです
میخوام امنیت.
Niliunganda njimenji ya kura nukunjishinda osho mundu.
Thank you. How amazing. Again, we celebrate Palestinian films, whether it's shared with others in Scotland, but now crossing borders. And let's welcome 3 Palestinian cinema makers, amazing young people who reached not only reflecting their Palestinianity, but also connection to the world. Such tragic themes that brings hope to humanity. Allow me to welcome Razan Madhoun, Amira Ashanti, and Baha Abu Shanab, Palestinian filmmakers, to discuss a little bit more their work and the themes they choose to allow us to enter within their discussion. Thank you.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Yes. My name is Baha Abu Shanab. I'm a Palestinian filmmaker, documentary filmmaker from Bethlehem. And last year I participated in this lovely festival by showing my film, which talks about Palestinian workers crossing in a checkpoint between Bethlehem and Jerusalem. And I will discuss that more with the other directors as well. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for coming. And we should have had David Heyman, a Scottish filmmaker, as well in this talk, but he developed some COVID symptoms, and hope he feels soon better. Yeah. So I'll leave you to introduce yourselves, and then we can start the discussion.
Hi. Hello. Can you hear me? It's not working.
Louder.
Yeah. Sure. Hi. Yeah, it was working now. Hello, I'm Razan Madhoun. I'm a film director from Gaza, Palestine, and I've been here in Scotland for 6 years now. I came to Scotland to study film. I did my master's in film directing, and since then I've been developing and working on film projects with amazing support from Scottish friends and as well other friends from different backgrounds. And this is my latest project that was supported by Screen Scotland and BFI. We managed to get the funds to make this short film, which I'm really proud of. Thanks very much today for Bethlehem Festival to have my film screened. It's always really great to see your film on the big screen because that's what you're always aiming for. And I always get emotional as well when I see my project. So thanks very much for that. And I look forward to have a discussion with you around the film if you have any questions.
Hi, my name is Amira Al-Shanti. I am a Palestinian born in Scotland. My family are from Jaffa, Jerusalem, and Kilkelia in the West Bank. Me and my siblings were all born here. My experience is mostly with acting, actually, in the theatre. But this Set the Dove to the Olive Tree was my first project on screen, which I'm really excited about. And it was also my first sort of experience writing a script. Usually I write prose and essays and other sort of bits and pieces, so it was a really exciting moment. And my team are up there. So we've got Ryan, if you give us a wee wave. That was our director. Absolutely well deserved. Ryan also filmed the film as well and edited it all. And then we have Rachel in the middle with the red scarf. She was our producer and our script editor. She really helped me with kind of tweaking my script writing skills. And then we have Lucy, who very kindly helped us with her sort of social media. We developed this film with funding from Stellar Quines and also from Creative Scotland. So we feel very, very lucky that our project was developed with them. And I'm really excited to answer any questions you have and discuss our film further too. Thanks for having me.
Sure. I'll start with the first question to Razan, if that's possible. Can you tell us a little bit more of how you got the idea of this film, and if there's any relation to your experience of coming to the UK and Scotland.
Yeah, totally. I think staying here in the UK was something I really wanted to do, and I felt like settled in here, and I went just to investigate what the options are for me to stay, and I think I was pushed towards just only the asylum process, and I was so terrified to go to put this application and go through this process, but that was the only way for me to stay. And I can tell you how much it was exhausting, dehumanizing sometimes. And I think I still remember vividly me going down to London, to Croydon, to the Home Office, and submitting an application and having to justify why me from Gaza, who everybody knows how complicated and difficult the situation there, but I had to explain and find more convincing narratives to convince them that I should stay here, and I'm a filmmaker and I want to explore these options. So this experience kind of stayed with me. And around that time as well, the woman who interviewed me in the Home Office, she had an accent, so I could tell she's as well foreigner like me. And maybe she's had like an East European accent, and the country was voting for Brexit around the same time. So I was thinking, actually, me and her, we are in the same boat. We're both coming from different places, but we connected and belonged to another place, which is the UK. And we found that as home. And both of us are threatened by the same political, narrative that alienating foreigners like us. So this story kind of stayed with me. Of course, at the moment, I was so focused about just getting the application and the process done and for my application to get successful. But later on, after a few months, I got called for another interview. I was interviewed, and then my application was successful. I settled in, I started developing ideas, and I've been, of course, like writing a lot of things that's related to my stories and upbringing in Gaza. But then when I thought about a short film, I thought this story about me coming from Gaza and wanting to stay, and the whole story about everyone who lives in the UK and wants to stay and feel threatened by the recent, political speeches that we've been hearing, and it's really intimidating. So I thought actually a short film about this subject would be great. Also to mention, I've worked with a team of people who were, most of them as well, like me, either refugees or immigrants, and they wanted to work in filmmaking in the UK. Some of them lived here for many, many years, so UK for them is home now. So it doesn't matter where we're coming from. So I felt it's a great thing to come and to put on the screen. As well, I think there is still a lot of people don't know much about this process and what people get through. So some of the questions, for example, from the interview scene in the film, there were actual questions that was asked. For example, that the Gaza war maybe wasn't that dangerous, and that's why you didn't flee. Because I came here on a visa as a student, so I didn't flee, I didn't come on another very risky way. So that's probably, maybe my situation isn't very tough or harsh. And then you have to justify, no, actually it was harsh, but I wanted to come legally, that's different. And I came to study as well because I wanted to pursue a career in filmmaking. So this whole thing, I felt it should be on screen. People have to see it and experience it. And I thought as well the drama option could get you to experience that and feel what I felt, what I went through, what other refugees go through, what other as well foreigners as well go through in this country, especially recently.
That's great. Elegantly done, by the way. It's very beautiful to watch, and it shows the personal view of it, that the one that you had. And one last question about, I know that you came to the UK through achieving a scholarship, and that's, of course, one of the ways to get visa on a level that is trustable, in a way that it's impossible for people to get visas to the UK, Palestinians especially, and many of the Middle Eastern countries, without going into this hustle of having the right papers, a lot of papers, to get the visa. And then the Achieving Scholarship is a governmental scholarship that proved, in a way, your skills to have and development more in the UK. What made you go, and I know that you studied journalism before, how was the change that you made from more documentary to drama or fiction filmmaking? How was that?
Yeah, so I have a background in journalism. I worked as a TV reporter for many years in Palestine, and you can imagine how tough that was. But I think I've always wanted to work in drama, and I wanted always like to explore like cinema filmmaking. And that wasn't actually very much of an option in Gaza. For example, we didn't have cinemas at all in Gaza. We used to have in the 80s, and then it was all shut down, and since then. So I was born 1987. I did not experience a cinema before coming out of Gaza. That's the thing. Another thing, there is no cinema schools either. And even if you want just to go ahead and make a short drama film in Gaza, there will always will be problems around funding or around having people involved in acting, because it's not really a very a work that has a high reputation. So there is a lot of restrictions around it. So I think I wanted to make drama. I've been reading some material whenever I find something online, or trying to watch films, and then until I made the application, I decided to apply for a scholarship to make the transition to do drama. So I worked on some as well, short video arts, just to prove that there is a step ahead. I could just go and make drama until I came here. And of course, when I came here, I think a lot of things from my mindset have changed. In Gaza, I was so focused on the war and the problems that's around really the political situations there. And I think because a lot happens in Gaza, and we get a hit, another hit, another hit, without even having a time to breathe. And so a lot of our emotions that's connected to those experiences aren't really processed. I managed to process a lot of those things when I've arrived here in the UK. For example, once I would just sit down and cry at something that happened to me in Gaza 10 years ago. And I did not cry at that point. I just kept going, because that's what you have to do, just to stay tough and just chin up and just keep going. And then once you're settled in and you go to a normal space, you kind of realize, actually, that was so tough what I've been through. And those things, processing those emotions and finding those moments, are a key for drama filmmaking, because that's what drama films and cinema is about, just to find those emotional connections so people can find them and connect with them too. So now I'm trying to reconnect with friends from Gaza and speak to them about things. And when I speak to them, I find how they lack that most of the time. They have always to stay tough, and just they speak about what has happened and how much the damage was, but they don't talk about the pain and the suffering, and because the next morning they have to keep going. There's nothing much we could do. And this is actually something I'd like to explore more in my drama filmmaking when I make films about Gaza in the future.
That's great. I'll go to you, Amira. I'll go back to the first question. If you can tell us, please, how you developed this idea for the film that you did.
Sure. So around the time last year when Black Lives Matter kind of came to the forefront in sort of Western media, Western consciousness, there were a lot of really important conversations having been done. And one of them was Rachel and I talking about the opportunities for people of colour and Black people in theatre and in the arts. And I sort of spoke to her about having once been seen for a job for a Palestinian that didn't represent my views on my country. And from that, Rachel was just so giving and decided that we would actually do a project together with her production company. And what we really wanted to talk about was just the connection between being Scottish and Palestinian, that kind of entity in itself, and the way that being a Palestinian, a member of the Palestinian diaspora, is so different to being a Palestinian because we don't have the same experiences as you guys. I listen to my parents talk about their experiences, but I have very different experiences because I was born here. So we decided that actually there was something really special about that dual identity, and we also reflected on how that identity is received by Scottish people when they hear, oh, you're Palestinian. And the other difference that we wanted to do was to create something that made the subject Palestine accessible to people that didn't know anything about it, because usually people hear the kind of sort of code words via the media that maybe misrepresent things a little bit. So we wanted to try and open up the topic to be a bit more accessible to people. But the other aspect was, so often people get caught up, including myself, the kind of helplessness cycle of what's going to happen next, nothing's going to change. And we really wanted to draw upon that part of the cycle where we start to feel empowered and hopeful, because people will only be active when they feel positive about something. So we really wanted to make a film that had that kind of hopeful aspect to it and could drive people towards actually feeling like their actions would matter, that actually being one person is still as powerful as a whole community. And that's how the project came about.
That's great. Actually, you made me also think that I think we as Palestinians have always been asking for peace, and I saw that metaphor in the dove that you had and the connections that you made to it. And we were never met with peace in a way. So we are peace seekers since ever, actually, in a way. And to ask you one more thing is, I saw this beautiful connection that you made with your film between the land in Scotland and the land in Bethlehem. And as much as it's different, but it's actually similar in the spirit of it. And you putting that together gave me a feeling that, yes, we have always this saying that, yeah, Scottish people actually understand us. Scottish people feel what we feel in a way. And for you to be a Palestinian born in Scotland, I'm sure at one point you questioned this in a way, like what is the relation between these two? So you said that your family is from Palestine. So you learned about Palestine through your family. How did you develop your own seeing of it? Did you visit? Did you go? Can you tell us more about that?
Sure. So actually, I grew up in a completely Scottish place. I was maybe one of maybe 4 or 5 kids that weren't ethnically Scottish in my school. So I went through a really messy time growing up where I really wanted to shun my identity as a Palestinian. It was also exacerbated by the racism that I experienced and also what I would see on the news. And so often I would hear my parents say, like their own emotional experiences when watching the news. And I'd always say to them, like, we just need to stop all this fighting. Like, I had no idea what that meant, what I was saying to them that meant. And it was only when I went to university and I met other Palestinians who were similar to me, grew up in the West, that I started to realize that actually there was something shifting here. And I was lucky to go to Palestine twice. That would have been about 10 years ago when I was doing my undergraduate. And since then, I've kind of been on this journey of self-discovery and really trying to reflect on what Palestine means to me. And so often people might neglect the idea that actually, because I'm Scottish, I was born here, I don't have the same experience as people in Palestine, but I have my own experience. I have the experience of living in a house where we speak a different language, but not having that ability to speak to anybody else in that language because everybody else doesn't speak that language. Or the experience of looking different and people playing with my hair and not really understanding how that would make a child feel. And then you have the whole aspect of the minute I started to develop an awareness of Palestine and really educate myself on the issue, learn about my family's own experiences, that I then started to realize that actually people were starting to treat me differently. So the people that I grew up with then rejected me, called me a terrorist, called me an extremist. And that, of course, only pushed me further to then think about, well, why is that? And these are the kind of stereotypes that perpetuate the issue from the West.
that we are depicted as people that don't help ourselves by attacking back. We are people that are depicted as terrorists, that are extremists, that, you know, have no compassion for anyone else, when actually, as you say, we just want to live our life. We just want that right to live in our country and have the same freedom as we do over here. So with that, we thought about the film with that kind of element of hope. And I thought, well, so many people think Palestine is a desert. They think it's a war-torn country and it's a desert, and it's not. Actually, Palestine is the land of fertile. In Arabic, that's what it means. So we wanted to draw upon that. Scottish people are so passionate about their landscape. Well, actually, Palestine has a similar landscape, and we have so much that we offer the world that, unfortunately, there are a lot of barriers to that at the moment. But we have Jaffa oranges, they're Palestinian. Olive oil comes from Palestine. We have wine that comes from Palestine. All these things that a lot of Scottish people don't realise and might take for granted. So that's where that kind of came from. And I wanted to draw upon that link as almost like a relation between mother and child. That actually, regardless of how many generations of us are born outside of Palestine, we're still Palestinian. You can't deny that. We are still tied to that land. And the other aspect is that people go to nature to take a break from their life, to take a break from pressure and stress. So that's why we have that kind of escapism, that the minute the character in the film decides, actually, I just need to connect to my mother, she goes into the forest. And that's where she starts to feel supported and comforted by her mother. And that's something that nobody can take away from you. Nobody can take away where you're from. Nobody can take away your mother. And that's how we tried to angle the film, so that people would be related to that kind of sense of stillness and calmness, but also that our land gives us so much back. And I think more recently, I'm not sure whether anybody saw, but the forest fires happening in Jerusalem earlier this year, I think it was Jerusalem, kind of showed actually that underneath all the trees that were planted by the settlers was all of these beautiful farmlands that Palestinians have cultivated for years upon years. And to me, that draws in perfectly what our film represents, is that you can go ahead and take us out, you can go and kill us, you can imprison us, you can take away all our agriculture, but our land still remembers, and the children still remember that land.
It's beautiful, Amira. Before opening up for questions, if anybody has any question, perhaps we can talk about further projects or coming projects. Razan, do you have anything, writing anything?
Well, always. Yeah, there is always like ideas for coming projects. At the moment, I'm trying actually to work on a documentary film, but remotely from Gaza. And just, you know, because now everybody's so familiar with Zoom, and I thought actually this is an opportunity for me to try and reconnect with the people that I worked with in the past and find new subjects and ideas from Gaza to work on. So this is an idea that I'm exploring. To the side as well, I'm writing a feature drama that's set in Gaza, trying really to focus more on the portrait for a Palestinian family and their daily life, but connecting as well that to the political life there and how it's affecting their daily life.
Great, best of luck.
Thank you.
So we have several things kind of working on at the moment, but very early on. I think Rachel, Ryan and I have some things that we're possibly going to work on, some leftover footage and things from the film that we want to kind of develop on further. And we're all kind of working on our own projects as well. I've got some things that I want to write too. So very early stages, but stay posted, and obviously contact us anytime you want to work with us or want to hear more about what we're doing. We'd love to collaborate.
Great, thank you, thank you. Is there any question in the audience? Yes, Max.
Yep. Let me just double check I've understood that correctly. So you're asking about the stereotypes that I grew up with and whether they've evolved? That's a really thought-provoking question, actually. I would say that it depends on where you are in Scotland, and it depends on who you're talking to. I think as an adult, things are very, very different. I'm very connected with people that are maybe a bit more understanding and open-minded. I would say that there are some other areas where people would still maybe look at me, and I sometimes get mistaken for black. I sometimes get mistaken for Hispanic. So there's that kind of disconnect. And then there are people that get taken aback when you hear that you're Palestinian, because that's a very loaded word. And you either get asked about, well, what's your experience as a Palestinian, or, oh, okay, and you kind of feel that kind of people being a bit nervous around you. So I think things are changing, but very slowly. It's a systemic issue. It's not down to the individual receiving that news. It's just about, people's exposure to the topic. And we really hope that that film that we've made can really help in sort of breaking down those systems, because we've put it all over social media. It's free to use. It's really accessible. We have a website which has lots of sort of frequently answered questions that we've kind of developed. So we hope that with our film and with projects like Go Home and so on, all these systems will start to kind of break down even further. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, great. Well, thanks a lot. It was great to see these films, and thank you for watching. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation, great discussion. And we will leave you with a short break until the team can put the stage for the next show. You have a few minutes. Thank you. Good evening again. So we hopefully are ready to go to the next step. And with two short movies, we will start with Sausan, a film by Saliba Rishmawi from Bethlehem. And we will squeeze in afterwards for a discussion, and then we'll follow up with another film by another young Palestinian director, Thaer Al-Azza.
أنا بدي أطلع، بدك إشي؟
لا ما في طلعة بالموضوع، الناس جايين عشانك.
ليش عشاني؟
جايين يطلبوك يا أختي، البسي منيح وجهزي حالك.
شو خلصت أنا في هذا الموضوع؟
مش رح تخسري إشي لو شفتيه.
يما كيف بدك يعني أتجوز حد ما بحبه؟ ما بيزبط، مستحيل.
يما يا حبيبتي بيجي الحب بعدين.
لا ما بيجي الحب بعدين.
يما أنت جننتيني جننتيني أنت وين رايحة؟
طيب إيش؟ احكي لي وين أنت؟
ماشي أنا عند حلويات القصر. سامي احنا وين رايحين؟
رايحين على مكان هادي عشان نعرف نحكي فيه.
مش عارفة شو أعمل معهم هلأ. خلص مش راضين يستوعبوا هذا الموضوع بالمرة. مضلش بالنسبة لأي حل تاني غير هيك. أنا شو يعني أروح هلا على البيت وخلص يجوزوني وكل هذا الهبل يصير؟ ما بديش هيك، بديش أتجوز، مش عارفين يفهموا هيك. سامي أنت سمعني أصلا؟
طبعا سامي، ولا سامي الشجرة؟
كأنه يلعب في حديقته الخلفية لقصره، لأنه
وقف عندك بدي أنزل.
يملك كل الأرقام القياسية.
وقف عندك بدي أنزل عن جد.
هيدي بس هبل.
قولي بس هبل، عن جد بحكي بدي أنزل. وقف عندك. سامي قلت لك وقف بدي أنزل.
مش راح تنزل؟
كيف مش راح تنزلي؟ بحكي لك بدي أنزل. وقف عندك. وقف.
سوسن وين رايحة؟
احكيش معي.
سوسن تعالي بس هبل. سوسن وين رايحة يا بنت؟ سوسن سوسن ارجعي.
لا لا
في إشي؟
ماما بعدين بفهمك.
طب إمها بتعرف إنها هون؟
لا.
شو لا؟ طب اتصلي عليها طمنيها.
بينفع انت تتصلي عليها؟
طب معناته أنا هلا بتصل على إمها وبطمنها إنها عنا.
سوسن وين اختفيتي؟ ولك امك كالبة الدنيا عليكي وحكي للشرطة وامي حكيت لها انك كنتي عنا. سوسن خلص ما تخافيش علينا تمام.
والله العظيم
لك دخيل القبر وين رايح؟ اطلع نوصل يلا معنا.
انت منيحة؟ بدك توصيلة؟
متأكدة؟
Okay, one of the subjects that many people are familiar with, I guess. So we'll follow up with a discussion with three Scottish filmmakers as well as three Palestinian filmmakers. I would invite David Heyman Jr. and Mo Abutok and Neil Leeper from the team Shooters on the Scottish side. And then hopefully we have online Thaer Al-Azza, Saliba Rishmawi, and Ibrahim Handal. Ibrahim Handal presented his film last year, and this year Sausan with Saliba Rishmawi. And then the film after the discussion, we will have also a short discussion afterwards with the director Thaer Al-Azza. Please welcome with me David, whose father, hopefully we wish him a speedy recovery from COVID, and Mo as well as Neil. Thank you.
Hello there, guys.
Hi, guys.
That's amazing.
Oh, they can't talk. Can they talk?
I don't know.
سامعيني وين انتو؟
We can't hear them yet. We can't hear them. But Mo coming up in that ramp was entertaining. He's like Evel Knievel on this thing. So, welcome everybody. So glad to be here. Well done to Melissa and all the troops for bringing this together and showing these great films. Really, I think the topic of discussion, which we can all relate to, and I'm sure the guys there as well can, is trying to, when you're young, trying to break into the film industry, as tough as it can be. It's just trying to discuss, how did we go about it? What did you do? Or what was the challenges that you came up against trying to get into the filmmaking?
I think, well, originally, like, after leaving high school and stuff, me and Mo kind of went onto this as a media course called the Govern Initiative, and actually we had to lie and say that our postcode was in Govern, so that was the first challenge actually. So yeah, we got different postcodes in order to actually get on the course. But yeah, I think after that it was still, you know, challenging and stuff, just in terms of like how to break into the industry and stuff. I think we were kind of lucky in a way where we fell into a kind of program which we kind of worked in high schools and stuff, and prisons and all that, and we taught young people how to make films. But yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges is like, where do you start and where do you get money from, I suppose, which I think there needs to be a lot more of. I don't think there's enough out there, really. Yeah. Anything else more to add?
Yeah, I think nowadays everyone's got a camera in their pocket, so you could easily film anything you want. You just have to have the confidence to do it. And I think from watching the Palestinian films, you have to have, there was great acting. You've got people there that are happy to be in front of camera. So use that and just have the confidence to do what you do. Yeah.
You good?
I think so.
Cool. No, I think very much that is the case. I mean, technology is definitely our friend today, whereas like when I was growing up, there wasn't any smartphones with cameras that have got such high quality that it is broadcastable material that you can create, building up a group, a circle of people where you're all like-minded. You all want to do certain aspects of that, which then forms a team or a crew. But then a long time ago, that could never happen. You would rely on funding, and trying to get funding was a whole different ballgame. Can you guys hear me? Are they getting through? Yes. We can't hear yous. But I'll ask the question. So what challenges found when it comes to filmmaking or breaking through? Two seconds. We can't hear you yet. Congrats on the film. It was very good. Really enjoyed it.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant.
That's it. Give them a round of applause, man. Let's fill this space. Right, we're still waiting. Still waiting. So, what we'll do is we'll get back to you guys. I know. It's always good. We're going international here, so there's always going to be teething problems. So we've spoken about the challenges, but why was it you wanted to get into, whether it's, well, filmmaking obviously, because that's why we're here. What was the kind of, the thing that made you go, actually, that's for me?
Me, I think, I don't know, I've always loved watching films and stuff. I think when I was younger, you know what I mean, do you know what I mean? Films like, you know, Jaws, Indiana Jones was one of my heroes, so that was, I think films like, I don't, Jurassic Park and all that, you're just like, wow, this is like amazing, do you know what I mean? And I think having a dad who was involved in the industry, do you know what I mean? I was always around that kind of life, I suppose. And I didn't know what I wanted to do, actually. I left school and I did a sports coaching course, and it only lasted about half a year, and I was like, nah, this isn't for me, really. But I think after that, I was just like, no, I want to be involved in the industry. I want to tell stories. And I want to be a director, yeah. I kind of got to a stage where I asked one of my friends, actually, who's here, actually, Stuart, if I was able to go on to River City to, like, just to see how it all works and stuff and what he does there. And then I kind of went through a whole block with him, and it was amazing. I remember just going through the full kind of stage basically, and you just everything from pre-production, production, and then editing at the end and stuff. And I just kind of slowly built up from there, I suppose. And then I love it, honestly, and it's what I want to do. I still feel like I'm trying to find my feet as well, even though I've been in the industry for like 15 years or something, you know what I mean? So yeah, you're always striving to do better, always wanting to learn and stuff, and I think you learn every day on the job as well, so yeah.
What about you?
What was the question?
Why did you want to get into this industry? What was it? Was there a specific moment that made you go, this is for me?
I was, like Junior said, I went on set once with his dad, and I seen the lights and the cameras, and I was like, wow. I was just taken back by it, and then I went to study it, and then after studying it, I was fortunate enough to work with Stuart, who's apparently here. I can't see. Anyway, so he took me, I shadowed him on River City, and basically started doing what I do, which is fun. It's not really saving lives. Like a doctor, my dad's a doctor. No one in my family was ever in film and TV, so I thought it was something different, and I enjoyed it. And I was lucky. I'm lucky to be good at it, and having the confidence to tell a story through the medium of film. One thing I'd love to say to Palestinian guys is using the music, because in Palestine there's so much beautiful music. The Dabka, there's an artist called Mohammed Asif, I think it is, and using the music that's in Palestine to enhance the film should be done. In my opinion, it's something to look at. I don't know if they can hear me, but
We just can't hear them.
all right. Aye.
Mine's isn't as profound as that. So I'm a acting background. I did get into kind of making film later on, but the moment I wanted to be an actor was when I watched Terminator 2 Judgment Day, and Edward Furlong was playing John Connor, and I went, I wish I was him, just because I just thought it was amazing. And then I realised that I could actually go to an acting group, and so I joined, and 4 weeks later I got a part in a short film, and I just thought this is the best thing ever. It was so much fun. In the acting group it was only panto, and it was singing and dancing. It wasn't quite that kind of cup of tea that I was after, so I joined Stuart, who's getting all sorts of mentions tonight. He should be up here, I think. We're not here because of him, but I joined his youth theatre, and they were basically doing a really hard-hitting play called UN, which was all about two families in a rough area of Glasgow, but it also had another story going on which was set in a war zone and about young people in a war zone, and basically trying to show the similar parallels of that, of two worlds, but they're kind of going through the same stuff. And it was just powerful, and it was dramatic, and I went, this is the type of stories I want to be involved in, stories that have meaning. And from then on, I've been very fortunate to continue that journey and play really hard-hitting characters that have came from really tough backgrounds. And through that, through the research of doing that, you meet so many people who are willing to tell you their stories, and that ultimately made me go, right? There's voices that aren't getting listened to, and we just happen to be in an industry that's got the best device ever to send that message out there. So I think that's when I teamed up with these guys. So that was how I got into it, really. Are we getting any sound for these fellas? Sorry? And then you can... Brilliant. So we're going to watch Coffee Pot, guys, and we'll have the sound sorted for afterwards. Fingers crossed. Superb. So we're going to watch Coffee Pot. If you want.
صباح الخير عم جمعة.
يسعد صباحك يا رام.
هاي الدخانات. طازة عم جمعة. بدك تدفع؟
بعدين بعطيك إن شاء الله.
طيب يلا سلام.
سلامات.
يسلموا ايديك.
تفضل يا
صباح
خالد.
الخير. يسلموا ايديك. والله قهوتك طيبة.
صحتين وعافية.
كلي حواليك شغيلة.
هاي أنا بشتغل.
هياك بتشتغل.
يا زلمة هاي بتجايبها ما مش نافع.
تفضل.
خلص خلي عليه.
أيمسك.
خلي عليه.
أيمسك يا زلمة.
يسلموا ايديك. تنسانيش.
ليش انساك؟ انت كمان عمال اذا في حواليك.
شو يا عم؟ شو صار في التصاريح؟
انسى.
يا سيدي. كل صباح الخير.
صباح الخير. تعال ننزل شوي.
والله ما معي.
طب ليش؟
متضايق الايام. اصبر لك شوي، شو رايك؟ يا بتاخذ فين قهوه يا بتصبر لك شوي، شو اسوي لك؟ مثل
صباح الخير يا جماعة.
صباح الخير يا عم. شو شكلك الكل شغل يا عرس؟
ولا شغل ولا خرا، كل يوم طوشة مع هالمرة. قلت اشرد من وجهها واجي اتسلى عندك. اعطيك سيجارة يا جماعة.
يا جمعة
انا يا عمي بشتغل كل شيء الا البلاط.
وانت شو بدك بالبلاط؟
الشغل شغل هدم.
هدم شو؟ الجيش بدهم يهدوا دار ابو ايوب وبدهم يدفعوه 80,000 شيكل غرامه.
زلمه انت ماخذني عشان اهدم بيت ابو ايوب؟
انت شو مغلب عليك؟ انت الك تاخذ اجاره.
يعني انت بدك اياني اهدم بيت الزلمه واخذ منه مصاري؟
يا عمي المصاري احنا لميناهم، بدنا نساعد الزلمه ونهدم بيته قبل ما الجيش يهدموا بيته ويدفعوا الغرامه.
لا حول ولا قوه الا بالله. وقف السياره، وقف السياره، نزلني.
ايه شو ماله هذا؟
يا عمي نزلني، وقف السياره نزلني.
وين رايح؟
نزلني يا عمي.
يا اخي بديش يهد دار الزلمه. جمعة يا عم جمعة، صب لنا قهوة يا عم جمعة. جمعة جمعة
Small scare. How are we getting on with the... Should be. Can you hear us? Can we hear you? You speak to us.
We hear you guys. We hear you.
Can you hear them?
We hear your voice.
It's tough. I think they're still working on it.
I can hear a little bit.
A tad. But another great film. Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's like a DJ there.
I love the black and white, man. Really nice. I know.
Why did you choose black and white? ليش لقيته أبيض وأسود؟
Well, we can't like.
Yeah. I mean,
Answer this
is
question.
my mic still on? It's still on. Why did you decide to make the film black and white for Coffee Pot?
I'm a cinematographer of both of films. Well, we were shooting, but I think in the post when we were putting and doing the sound design, I think it was black and white to give the story more dynamic, because it's when you see a film with colors, it's have a lot of colors. You know, you have red, you have yellow, and things are more beautiful and alive. But I think comparing to what you want to deliver for his story, I think he chose the black and white because of political thing, because you know it's demolishing a Palestinian house, and I know it's not easy to the choice after you shoot it in color, because even when I shoot it in color, I had this a color palette to work with, you know, but I know like his personal choice to do color, but it's different from starting in progress doing in the film in black and white, because it's totally different work, you know, because I've worked on Wissam Jafari's film Ambience, which is screened last year in the Bethlehem Cultural Festival, and we had really clear points why we are going to shoot black and white. So I think it's a great way to choose the black and white, you know, but you have a lot of work in the pre-production, and it's more fun, you know, but also the color is more fun also because you are exploring the color, the emotions behind it, and so many things. Thank you.
Hear that? Smash it. Brilliant. So I'm going to ask you the first question that I asked the boys here. What are the challenges that you both have found trying to break into the film industry or filmmaking in general?
I think let's Saliba start because it's was before Samsung. Okay, so it's there's a lot of challenges actually, because we can see that first of all we work together on all these films. If you can see it on the credits, like I worked with Wissam, I worked with Ibrahim, with Thair, and we all made each other's films. So it was challenging to find the crew in a way. So we worked with each other, and we did different things. In the budget side, we didn't have any kind of budget with these films. We had like almost a nano budget, as we say, and we had different difficulties shooting in the streets because there's a lot of people who want to pop up on the screen like from nowhere to be in the film or on the scene. So we had to control these things too. Another thing is that in the industry, you need to have like connections to work if you want to work in the industry itself. If you don't have any connections, it's hard for you to work because we are divided by how can I say, like groups. So that's these are some of the difficulties that we have.
Yeah, very similar here.
I want to add a few things. Sorry, what you said?
Very similar here.
I'm just going to add things that mentioned before, because so it's a challenging first, and second of it, in terms of budget and the things that we have. So when you work on low budget, you're not renting every Alexa, for example, and all the lighting truck that you're bringing off and the crane or any kind of camera movement that you're trying. Than imagining some scenes that doesn't exist with the budget. So I know it's not easy, but it's also you're learning with the director how to make a story more visually treated for the story because you're following the story itself. You don't follow the budget if you don't have any budget.
Anybody, any of you guys get questions that you would like to fire to Saliba? Okay, so we've got a question from the audience. So the section in Coffee Pot, when they're talking about the demolition of the house, why? Can you give us a bit more detail about that? About and why it was happening?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
That's okay, I get that all the time.
Question.
So in Coffee Pot, as they're driving to the house that's going to be demolished, why was the house going to be demolished, and what can you give us more detail about what that was about in general?
Well, okay, so in Jerusalem, the Israeli people want to, the Israeli army want to kick someone from his house. They demolish it, and they say that it's been like built it illegally. So they give you two choices: to demolish your own house, which will cost you less than, so people get do it by themselves. That's why they have this dilemma.
Aye, that is shocking. So, okay. Anybody else get any questions for the guys? No. Yep. Well, aye. The audience loved the film. We loved the film. I think what I'd like to ask you is, just because I asked the other guys as well, is why did you get into filmmaking? What was it that made you go, this is for me?
So, myself, to deliver messages, to show the world what we live at, to solve, not to solve some problems, it's like put it in the open, you can say. So, yeah, it's about the cause, you can say. We want to be specific. So, yeah.
Doing it then for the cause, absolutely. Have you got any questions?
The first time I watched the film with my mum, and I remember the ending of the film I wasn't happy about. Someone died, or the main actor, the protagonist of the film died, and I got upset, and I said to my mum, "Why did they die?" And she was like, "That's what the director or the mukhrij or that's what they wanted." So that's what made me think, oh, so you could play God in a way. Astaghfirullah. So that's what got me into it, because I thought you could do anything you want.
Did you want to play God?
In a way.
Got a God complex here, man.
No, but you know what I mean? It was, I can't remember what it was. It might have been the Titanic or something. And what's his name died.
Will?
Aye. Anyway.
Right, I think that just because we're going to be wrapping it up soon, advice to the next generation who want to get in filmmaking. We know the hardships that we've had to go through. I'm sure there still will be some that they'll have to face, but any advice for them?
I would say I would love to use the Arabic music that is beautiful and using it in film. I don't know with the copyright issues you have, or the Palestinian, like I mentioned earlier, that Muhammad Asif, I think it is. Do you know who that is? Of course you do, don't you? You know?
What did you say? Sorry. So, please recap because there is some kind of a.
Talking about Palestinian music and how beautiful it is, and maybe using more in film. Obviously there'll be copyright reasons, but he's particularly focusing on somebody who might be called Mohammed Asif. Does that ring a bell?
Dammi Falastini. You know that one? You know the song?
So you mean that we have to fight Palestinian songs? Or music?
Yeah, music in general, using it for film.
Then on the picture and the folds and all these things more than the sound on the films, because we think that the music will be like some kind of a downer for a film in a way. So we put it in the places that we think it would give it a push. It won't take it down. That's why we use it less than the usual. And did I answer your question? Sorry.
More through in another one. What advice would you give to the next generation of filmmakers similar to yourselves who are maybe quite kind of intimidated by how hard it can be?
It's a question actually for me to answer. I think that the best part is to do your best and to deliver your message with your phone. And this is what we all have to do. So for all the generations that will come, we have to say the same thing, that we have a cause, we have a message, we have to deliver it by our films.
Simple, deliver your message. What about you, David? What do you think?
Just what we were saying earlier on, I would just like advise anyone, you know, what we were saying earlier on is just to be around people who are the same as you, who want to make films and stuff, like actors, directors, writers, producers, get together, get ideas up and running and stuff. And as we were saying earlier on, you can make a film on your phone these days. Go out and just do it. Do you know what I mean? Enter it into festivals, and yeah, kind of try to build up from there, I would say. Yeah.
You've got a lot of good actors, and that are confident in front of camera. So use that, get more dialogue in there. I would say don't be shy, just go out and have the confidence, you know what you're doing, and just do what you love doing.
Yep, aye, absolutely.
Do they have access to Netflix? Do you have access to Netflix or any
streaming websites?
Yeah. No.
Yeah, we have. We have actually, yeah.
Seen the film The Present, the Palestinian film. Have you seen it? Yeah.
Yeah, we've seen it.
Films like that. Watching films on Netflix will give you more confidence. I think watching it being done, and then you knowing I could do that, and putting in your own story into that, if that makes sense. Yep. Thinking about the beginning, the middle, and the end, and having the story being told, you know?
Yep, absolutely. No, I agree. We live in a world where technology is our friend. You've got streaming websites, so it's more accessible. I think that's us about finished. Saliba, Ibrahim, pleasure to meet you. Thank you for making the films. Keep doing it, and we'll keep doing it over this side. Have a good one.
Thank you, you two guys.
In Palestine who have such challenging time delivering their voice, and I guess you guys have a very difficult accent, so I could also difficulty in understanding you. Thank you all. We are really grateful to Laura and Lord Provost for their welcome and hosting us here. And they also have invited us to a reception just not far away from here. So Jonathan will explain to you the modalities, because apparently there is modalities. But again, deepest thanks for your patience with us during this difficult technical challenges. And we hopefully after the reception have again more films to show and more discussions to share. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, just to say that there is some food and some drink for you, but it would be good if you could just go in small groups, so in ideally in tables, so 4 or 5 at a time. see
Just one cornetto, give it to me, delicious ice cream from Italy. His taste is just supreme. Give me cornetto, the world's ice
We all sat down around a table and we had different ideas about what kind of film we wanted to make. So we all could say that bit, say what we thought, what we wanted really within the film. And we had a lot of leeway in what we were choosing. But we also wanted to let people see the other side of it. That fair enough, we're in here doing a sentence in here, but also our families are doing a sentence outside the prison. And we wanted to try and catch us on the film.
Script process was mainly, I think it was 10 years, 10 convicts, 12 convicts, corrected. Just sat down and battered ideas out and how life in jail really is.
When we were actually filming some bits of the script, it didn't feel really natural when we were doing it, so we had a lot of leeway with improvisation, and we were allowed to kind of freely express how if we were in that position and it was real, how we would have dealt with it, and so we kind of got a bit of freedom to do what we wanted with that way.
When we first got the script, it was only a part script, which was open to change. And then a couple of days later, we got another bit of the script, and we were improvising some of the scenes, rehearsing scenes. But take my hat off to Martin McCarthy. He sat up all night and done us a great script, and fantastic.
I gained a lot of input within the industry, about the film industry, how to work cameras, how to work sound, a wee bit of directing, and it was good to get a bit of insight within what the guys were doing within the film in here.
The restrictions we've had trying to make a film in prisons, it's not really made it harder, I think it's made it more realistic as well. Because obviously making a film you have to have a lot of quiet and that all the time, but prison life isn't quiet. And I think if you had that all the time, then it wouldn't make it seem as real.
And a few of the boys that were doing it, they got right into it. I don't think they know how good they were within the film, but it came across on camera, they were good. So I hope when they see it back themselves, they say, listen, there's something there I could maybe do when I get out. But I've seen the change within some of the cons, and I just hope they've seen it and all.
I'm not in the mood for this, mate. What's your fucking problem? What, you think I've beaten you?
Aye!
The character I played was called Tommy. Basically been involved with quite a hardy boy quite a while, ran stuff for him and got caught, but instead of the boss going down for the time, he asked Tommy to do it, so Tommy goes down for the time. But when I arrived, we were starting to get on our feet, improvise with the boys and that. We started really kind of exploring my character, what his influences are and what could be the worst possible things to happen to him whilst trapped inside 4 walls.
With Neil, who plays Tommy, I got on really well. I enjoyed doing the scenes with him. It was a good laugh doing them with him. He's dead professional in what he does, so I enjoyed it. Kind of makes you want to try harder doing it as well. Enjoy it a lot more.
Pretty sound guy, and when he's got that red jumper and that on, he just looks like one of us. But it's probably because we're all just the same, only we've chosen a wee different path in life than he has.
I thought working with Neil was really good. I thought he brought a lot to the table with his acting skills. Really good performances so far. I think it's a bit pish that he's not really as well known as he should be, because there's a lot of actors out there who, quite frankly, he would piss early taffy.
It's my favour. If anybody should be able to kind of hold the coffin, carry it out, it should be me, surely not.
Aye, he was a good guy, aye, down to earth, easy to work with. Every day he came in, we always had a laugh with him. He was just like one of the cons. It was no different, except his haircut.
When Pope found out that he got the opportunity to dish me over the canister with a roll, he went away and thought about it carefully, so he got himself a little jail roll, and I'm sure he stuck it next to his window or next to the pipes to just make sure that it hardened, and I was going to be at least the best roll that he could possibly find for that scene. So he missed the first 6 takes. I thought, right, may as well just give us a body swell because he's never going to make it, but somebody had faith and says let's go one more time and dish.
That was a peach with it.
That's what we fucking do.
And it's a belter, so I was chuffed with that. Good aim, Pop, well done, my man. Thank you.
I thought he was crap.
Yes, well,
he didn't say very much, he didn't contribute much to the bloody scene. I mean, it's just a one-man show.
For this experience, I think I've gained friendships, first and foremost, with not just some of the prisoners, but these shooters boys, the actors. Mr. David Taman as well, who's give us a lot of tips and hints about the industry, just to basically be yourself and treat every scene as if it's fresh, every take as if it's fresh, and hopefully I've done that.
David Taman just kind of gave us advice just to do what comes natural. I think it was a bit better when he was on scene because obviously he's a professional at it, and we've done a scene with him and it shows you that it doesn't really have to be that hard to act. It can be quite easy as long as you have fun with it and enjoy it.
He was a positive guy, a good vibe off him. He's doing a lot of good work helping people in Africa, helping people in Glasgow, a lot of poor families in that, giving them Christmas presents, giving them food, so I take my hat off to him. The only bad thing is a jungle gym.
It's been funny, it's been a good laugh. Some of the scenes have been right good. Meeting the actors for River City and David Taman and that was like, you're in the jail, you're not going to meet these kind of people in here and get to hold a camera that's worth $7 grand and day sound, and so It was good not being on that side.
It's been fantastic. It's been an eye-opener. Things that I'd never ever thought in a million years that I'd even be interested in making a film, never mind being in one. And I've loved it.
I'd have never tried anything like this before, and I was in two minds of whether to try it, obviously when the Shooters film crew came in, and after trying it, I've found something I really enjoyed doing now.
I had a laugh. It was just good to act alongside them, and because it was just so natural and it was all improvised in that, you were getting some stellar performances out of some of the boys that are in there, and it was great to see them kind of just open up and just, I reckon we kind of got to see a side of them that most people don't see because they just judge a book by its cover and don't take the time to really find out what people are all about. I think that's what it is. It's just all about taking time to know what the person across the table from you is all about, and then you've got an understanding. So I absolutely adored it, and I'm with my boys, man. So yeah, I just hope that when they've got to the end of their sentences, they hook up with us, man, and we could start to make some other things happen and avoid going back anywhere near there.
Action! Cut there. Hey, fuck yeah, really. Fuck's sake. Get some water, there's water, man.
That like team building, wasn't it, really? Well, we sat down and we got asked different bits out to make this film. So we all gave a bit of an output, an input and output. When we sat down, we were thinking up ideas about the film, and we wanted it to be realistic, so I say out of the 12 of us we came out with a lot of output, or should I say input, or runabout, because that's how I was behind here. I think it went really, really well. Everybody had different bits of roundabouts and inputs. No, right, go. Right, mate, I'm being serious now, right? No. Better. Right, go, wait. How am I supposed to work in these conditions?
song? No. Sorry. That's fine. Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. I made it up safely. Boom. Thank you for my scarf.
You're welcome.
I was given a present, so thank you.
Thank you.
It looks
You're
good.
welcome.
Shukran.
Okay, so welcome everyone. It's great to have such a nice panel today. Unfortunately, Wissam, who was supposed to join us from Bethlehem, I believe, is not able to make the connection, so it'll just be us here today. So myself, I'm Reese Mackold. I'm a lecturer at the University of Glasgow. We're joined here with Abdul Fattah from Bethlehem, and Neil as well from Glasgow. To be honest, I'm not sure who the other panelists are, but if someone else would
just
like
randomers, I've just crashed the party.
But maybe if you want to just introduce
It's
yourselves.
Mo, short for Mohammed, and David Heyman Jr.
Okay, so also welcome to Mo and David. So yeah, thanks so much for the film, Neil, and I think that's a great sort of Kickstarter to our conversation this evening. And yeah, I wasn't entirely sure how this would be structured, so it's a little bit sort of on the fly, but I think it might be good to kind of just start by opening up a broad kind of discussion about, I guess for me, as someone who partly works on research in Palestine and who's a foreigner to Glasgow, originally from Canada, I guess my immediate sort of associations with both Palestine and Glasgow or Scotland are not necessarily with incarceration. But I think in both cases, the questions about incarceration and what that does to people's lives is something that we want to think about, both in terms of the actual places themselves and the violence that is done through long-term incarceration and through state practices of violence, but also in terms of forms of life-making and forms of resistance through that, through art and otherwise. So I guess maybe I'd start with kind of a general question to all the panelists to think about maybe what, I guess, are your immediate understandings of kind of the resonances or kind of dissonances between sort of incarceration here in Scotland versus Palestine, to the extent that you can kind of contrast and draw parallels between those two places? Maybe I'll start with Neil, or?
Okay, I think that a similarity, and it's a global thing as well anyway, but I think that a kind of similarity is when it comes to prisons and people who are getting locked up, we're too busy locking people who we are angry with up rather than who we're scared of. So there's a lot of people in prisons who are dealing with addiction, who have been through the care system because they've been raised in a really kind of disruptive home, or they've had to go through residential care, and they've never been given the correct support or never been listened to. And because of that, we don't know how to deal with it, and they're forgotten, so they find themselves in the other side of the darker side of society, a life of crime, whatever. And because of that, ultimately find themselves doing time. Where what should have happened was there should have been organisations, and I'm not saying there isn't the organisations there, but everybody's kind of stretched to the max, especially right now, that if they had the correct support and the correct guidance, they probably wouldn't find themselves there, and the correct, I suppose, empathy towards them, then yeah, we wouldn't have the numbers that we've got by a long shot.
Okay. Maybe Abdul Fattah, if you want to kind of take it from there and kind of build.
I guess mostly we deal with political prisoners in Palestine. I don't think there is any work with civil prisoners, except with the children, teenagers under 18 who are put in rehabilitation spaces. Otherwise, political prisoners could be children, because unfortunately the Israeli system deals with children as adults. If you are 16 years old in Palestine, you have the ID. and you are considered adult, while on the other side they consider them adults after 18 years old. And they are eligible to be imprisoned officially at 14 years old. And the trauma has been built along the years with children even 5 years old taken by the Israeli army in Hebron, 8 years old in prison, 10 years old in prison, 15 years old imprisoned for 7, 9 years or beyond even. So the system how to, when these young people who enter in prisons children and come out adults, all this gap, all this trauma, how they can express it in a way that hopefully help them build their peace within themselves to be able to cohabit with life in the sense. So our work is mostly with children, young people, not only ex-prisoners or those who were traumatized by the experience of being imprisoned, but also with children, because we are living under occupation. There is a frequent incursions by the Israeli army. There is intimidation, torture, threatening, trying to make them collaborators or drug addicts and criminals one way or the other. So it's preventive on one side with those who did not experience prison. And I don't like to work to use the term drama therapy or art therapy or whatever, because it also deals with their creative part as well. So it's about giving that space to shout as loud as you want, as they want, to say whatever they want, and to show their inner self, so that hopefully they can be growing up and hopefully change the world and create miracles in thinking living for their country and not just resistance through dying. Resistance have different forms. All of them are beautiful. Some chose armed struggle, some chose non-armed struggle. And the idea is to give that a space where hopefully they think life, to make something significant and be proud of what they achieve.
I think that's a really great segue into kind of what I was going to ask about a little bit next, is to kind of, I think we saw in the short film we just watched, even though the topic is obviously quite dark in some ways, just the joy that's being expressed among the people making film. Yeah. And no matter how dark the subject matter is, the doing of artistic endeavors itself brings enormous amounts of potential and possibility. And I was wondering if maybe Mo wanted to take the conversation from there? Or?
It's sad to hear. I mean, everyone, in my opinion, is imprisoned in Palestine, so that's really sad. And what you were saying at a very young age, imagine going to jail if you're only 5, 6, 7 or 8 for years. And yeah, it's just sad. It's hard because I've never personally been to Palestine, but when people ask me where you're from, I say I'm Palestinian because my mum and dad are Palestinian. But I don't know, it's a hard one. It's just hard. It's tough to hear. And all the films we watched earlier, I mean, the first film with, sorry, I forgot the name, the Dove Set to the Olive Tree film. Yeah, I mean, I didn't have I just cried the whole way through the film, and I've seen it twice, and every time I watch it, I cry. But maybe, I don't know, maybe it's probably a good question for those guys, because it's too close to home, although I've never been there, but I call it my home, you know?
Yeah, I think just kind of going back to what you were saying, you know, just that kind of positive experience for the prisoners and stuff during that process that we can take them through and stuff. I think it's amazing, and I truly believe that, you know, that type of work kind kind of changes their lives, you know what I mean? We've had a lot of the guys who've been inside and stuff, and after they've been released, who've still kept in touch with us and stuff, and are now trying to, you know, better their lives. They've not been back in prison, and they're trying to be, you know, actors or whatever. Do you know what I mean? Trying to become involved in the industry. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, it's we loved that project. That was one of the best projects we worked on, and I think you can see in the film basically just how can I suppose how happy everyone is. Do you know what I mean? And the process that we kind of take the guys through is we do a drama with them, and we'll do it behind the scenes, and we'll also, that'll enable us to kind of bond with the guys and, you know, get that kind of trust with them, and then we'll kind of do a documentary as well, which is usually about the kind of, just about their kind of lives and stuff. So, yeah.
That's great. I was wondering if some of the panelists might reflect a little bit about, I mean, we hear this word resistance is obviously, you know, kind of looms large in all of this, and I think when we hear the word resistance, we often think of these sort of grandiose sort of political gestures of things that are sort of like, you know, Palestine is often front and center in terms of the way we think about resistance in political terms. But I'm wondering if you're thinking about sort of in relation to your own work and these kinds of projects, how artistic forms kind of complicate maybe the boundaries between, you know, overt forms of resistance and more kind of subtle, everyday or sort of hidden, overlooked forms.
Want to go?
Well, when I started Ar-Rawad in 1998, it was exactly with this philosophy, beautiful resistance. And the idea was that people think that resistance is only to carry a gun and so on. And in a Palestinian context, this is legitimate and it's beautiful. But every act of resistance is a beautiful act of resistance, whether it's with this armed struggle or non-armed struggle. Every existence in Palestine is a form of resistance. Every falling in love is an act of resistance. Every day you go to work, you cross the checkpoint or go around the checkpoint or come back the next day because you cannot go around this checkpoint is an act of resistance. Celebrating your birthday is an act of resistance. Telling a story to your children before they sleep and reviving this history of folk tales, Palestinian folk tales, is an act of resistance. Keeping doing hummus, falafel, tabbouleh are acts of resistance when they are stolen by the Israeli to be presented as Israeli national dishes and so on. Keeping the Palestinian embroidery, coming with the Palestinian kifia or the Palestinian embroidered dresses is an act of resistance. Keeping the hope that tomorrow is better is an act of resistance, and not just fall in these stereotypes and so on. And that's why it's amazing when you are also behind the camera and not just in front of it is an act of resistance. To show Palestine or yourself, how you look at the world you want to show to the others, the stories you want to tell to the others and so on. So all of these things are beautiful acts of resistance in all the different forms. Go to school, go to university, go to your work every day, building up, making children and celebrating their successes and so on, providing these opportunities for young people, not to think that the only way is to carry a gun to shoot everybody else or explode themselves or burn themselves or be just a number on a list of martyrs or handicapped for the rest of their lives or perish in Israeli prisons. All of these nourishing this hope that tomorrow is better, and we are working for that tomorrow to be better, and not falling in despair because there is no hope. We cannot, I guess, as artists, afford this luxury of despair. So we have to nourish this hope for our children and the generations to come.
Neil, maybe you want to kind of jump on that?
Yeah, I think that just in particular for wasted time, you've seen quite a lot of acts of resistance. So when the prisoners, so to speak, are walking out in general population, they're deliberately going anti-clockwise because they're going against the system. So that was when I wondered why they weren't walking round clockwise, which you kind of normally do. When I found out they were smashing the system, I thought that was brilliant. It's so subtle, but no, they're not going to be told what to do. They're allowed to exercise, so they will exercise how they feel fit, and they will go against the grain. There was one example when we were doing that project, so every single day we would go to the staff lunch hall, and at the very beginning, the boys who we were working with were allowed to go with us. Now, this staff prison food is just as bad as prison food. It's just everything but with chips. It was horrible. But these guys got to come with us, and we all got to have lunch. So if you were on any other film set, you would wrap for lunch and all have lunch together. And the prison officers objected to this after a few days, complained about it, and we were like, why he's complaining? Because this is where we come for our lunch. These guys are prisoners. And my thought was, they know that they are prisoners. Because see, when we finish today and we leave, they're getting sent back to their cell, which you will lock and they will spend in there till the end of the day. So we were met with resistance, regardless of the fact that we were funded to go in and work with these guys. So I found myself going, listen, see if it all kicks off in here and there's a riot, I'm joining them, man, smash the system sort of stuff, because I was looking at them as actors. They're under no illusion why they're there. They know that. So if you keep treating them like that, then they're automatically going to resist. And it's an unnecessary resistance, which I think, without a doubt, you've got to fight for the cause, but if you're going to continue to just pile pressure, then that's when you're going to get trouble, and that's when you're going to get very unhappy people going, no, I'm sick of being treated like this. And it's then not done. It's more a counterproductive way rather than a productive way, which is getting a group of people in, like-minded people, and exposing them to something different. None of them had ever done filmmaking before, and at least a handful of them have never went through the prison gates again to do another sentence. That's the proof. The arts is the proof. But unfortunately, we still live in a world where prison is all about enforcement rather than rehabilitation, despite them dressing it up that it's about rehabilitation.
Great. Mohammed, you mentioned before that sort of although you've never been to Palestine itself, your kind of imagination and attachment to the place sort of looms large in terms of your own persona and kind of identity. I guess I was wondering a little bit from you to think about, when you think about yourself as based here but also Palestinian, and those kind of relationships and solidarities between those different places, what is that? Maybe elaborate that a little bit more? Or?
I don't know what to say, to be honest. Palestine is a place in my heart, and I know I will go there one day. But like I said earlier, it is a prison in itself. And if it must be, I don't know. I really don't know what to say.
That's all right. Do you have any final thing you wanted to add in terms of kind of, I guess, just maybe everyday life and what it means to kind of resist in subtle ways or ways that are maybe not seen normally as overt resistance? Or
yeah, I'm not sure, man. You take this one, Neil.
Am I taking this one? So hit me with it one more time, because I was too busy concentrating and passing him the mic. Lay it on, Maurice.
No, I was just saying, I think across your different conversations just now, there was a sense that kind of very mundane, banal acts can become profoundly important and transformative in terms of both just sustaining life and that, living life itself as a form maybe of resistance or just sort of getting by is significant. And I was just wondering if you wanted to kind of add anything to that, what sort of Abdel Fattah was talking about. But
well, I think it just naturally, being truthful to yourself, being understanding of your moral compass and what's right and wrong, and seeing it with an open mind. I think with the arts, it's always been kind of in itself suppressed because it's a medium to send messages out there. Yet when it comes to prison, when people are doing long-term sentences in prison, the only way to fill their time usually results in them painting, writing, picking up a guitar, or coming up with poetry or their own stories. So, especially in the west of Scotland, as males, what I've found when they're growing up, they get to a certain age and their dads usually go, right, enough of that. And they're told to basically kick that creative gene that they've got aside to get a real job. What constitutes a real job? That's what I've always wanted to know, and I've still never had an answer. So when you find yourself with all the time on the planet, they're able to delve back into that, and they're able to kind of just, whatever they've got going on mentally inside, they're able to vent that and release that, where before they had to block it out and keep this mask, so they become truthful to themselves and they discover more about themselves. And usually that's why long-term prisoners come out and never ever go back in, because they've been able to find what they thought was once lost.
I guess when you talk about prisoners, civil prisoners with the crimes or whatever, it's always have a negative connotation for people. On political side, they have a positive feedback that they are heroes some way or the other. And I guess doing this artistic way for them, giving them that space, is a way for inclusion for them and not exclusion, which is made by the society because of what you have done. And the other way around, let me just mention what Wissam have done. For example, he couldn't be with us. He was following a couple who fell in love while they were in prison, in fact. And the woman got out 2 years later, and they married while he was in prison, but not physically present with each other. The guy is still in prison 10 years later, and they got married, and they managed to sneak sperms outside. Unfortunately, the conception did not happen because the sample was destroyed by one way or the other. But he filmed all these steps, all these calls among them, and the delivery of this semen and so on, and the stories that was building with these political prisoners with each other. And whether they will stay together or not, this is under a question mark, because until today, 10 years later, he is not liberated. But for us, again, it is going that space for you to be creative. I have two cousins, in fact, or more, who are imprisoned, but one particularly was imprisoned in 1993 and still in prison. He was supposed to be liberated in the fourth deal with Shalit and so on, but it did not happen. And recently, he produced 3 books. One was published, poetry, and the other was a novel about him and the wall. And it is one of the most amazing readings that I have ever read, in language, in images, in emotions, and so on. So there is a huge space for creativity for these people if they are given the chance not only to be in front of the camera, but also behind the camera. And I saw in your film they participated in different levels and so on. And these are opportunities that we try to give to these ex-prisoners, or before they hopefully not be imprisoned and so on. A way to inclusion, a way to shout as loud as you want, a way to express themselves, a way to show this other image of Palestine and of themselves and of their situation, and not to victimize themselves all the time, but say that we can be creative, we can be like anybody else, and embrace us one way or the other to be to give you that space of creativity that we have in us.
Okay, well, I think I know we're pressed for time, so I think we should probably wrap it up there, but I just want to, thank the panelists for...
Just to say, sorry to interrupt, you could actually see the Wasted Time film on YouTube. So if you fancy seeing the actual film, you could check it out on YouTube. Just type in Wasted Time. Thank you.
Please do that. And in the meantime, just please thank me. Join me in thanking the panelists for a great discussion. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Test, test. Okay, I can talk while we fix the problem of the mic. You guys hear me? Yeah? Okay, so hi, my name is Faris, and it's good to see you all here. I came here with my beautiful wife, Hind, all the way from London, of course, originally from Bethlehem, Palestine, Beit Sahur, actually. Okay, test, test. Now it's working, great. So, I will be performing today a piece inspired by Mahmoud's Derwish selection of poems, End of the Night, which was commissioned by Bethlehem Cultural Festival. The piece is also called End of the Night, but it is inspired by one poem, especially in the book, which literally translates out of mysticism or out of the legend. I'm not going to mention a lot about the meaning of the poem. I'm just gonna, because in my work I like to focus more on the unique flow of writing of each poet that I compose a piece that is inspired by him. So, and Mahmoud's Derwish's poems are incredibly inspiring. The unique flow of writing, the patterns that he has in the language itself is very inspiring to explore. So this piece is an exploration of Mahmoud's Derwish's unique flow of writing. Yeah. إنني أنهض من قاع الأساطير وأصطاد على كل السطوح النائمة خطوات الأهل والأحباب. أصطاد النجوم القاتمة. إنني أمشي على مهلي إنني أمشي على مهلي وقلبي مثل نصف البرتقالة، وأنا أعجب للقلب الذي يحمل حارة وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حالها. وأنا أمشي على مهلي وعيني تقرأ الأسماء والغيم على كل الحجارة، وعلى يدك يا ذات العيون السود يا سيفي المذهب، ها أنا أنهض من قاع الأساطير وألعب مثل دوري على الأرض، وأشرب من سحاب عالق في ذيل زيتون ونخلي، ها أنا أشتم أحبابي وأهلي فيك يا ذات العيون السود. يا ثوبي المقصب، لم تزل كفاك تلين من الخضرة والقمح المذهب، وعلى عينيك ما زال بساط الصحو بالوشم الحريري مكوكب. إنني أنهض من قاع الأساطير وأصطاد على كل السطوح النائمة خطوات الأهل والأحباب، أصطاد نجومي القادمة. إنني أمشي على مهلي وعيني مثل نصف البرتقالة، وأنا أعجب للقلب الذي يحمل حارة وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حاله. وأنا أعجب للقلب الذي يحمل حارة وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حاله. حارة وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حال، حارة وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حال، حار جبالا كيف لا يسأم حال، حار وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حال. وجبالا كيف لا يسأم حاله، وأنا أمشي على مهلي وعيني تقرأ الأسماء والغيم على كل الحجارة. وعلى يدك يا ذات العيون السود يا سيفي المذهب، ها أنا أنهض من قاع الأساطير وألعب مثل دوري على الأرض وأشرب من سحاب عالق في ذيل زيتون ونخلي. ها أنا أشتم أحبابي وأهلي فيك يا ذات العيون السود، 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 فيك يا ذات العيون السود. Thank you very much. Good. Thank you very much. I wish we have time for another one, but we have to go.